Alright, now I cannot hear myself. There we go. Hello, everyone! Welcome to the show! How are y'all? Hello, Ryuken. Hello, Zod the Mighty. Waffles. Forgotten Toast. Hello! I heard that Waffles posted a video. Good. Very good. Go check it out. And hello, Toast. We're doing good. We're fine. We're Gucci. Oh, wait. Hold on. Can you believe it? The cable is all the way behind me. Hey, the one thing that I need. How can I be so silly? How can I be so dumb and stupid? It's okay, right? Let's connect this. The one thing that's the most important elements of this entire stream. We're working on Clip Studio Pin. I need my tablet. And I don't even have the connection ready because I used the same cable to charge my phone. Oh my! How silly. Hi guys, welcome in. Let's see. Hydrate's doing well, finished the video. Your adventure sounded fun. Nice. Yeah, check it out if you want. I'm good, warming up some leftovers. Oh, we're having some din-din. Are we having some lunch? I'm not sure. How are we doing? I just wanted to say I brought some Pringles, but I already finished the whole can. Oh no. You relaxed a little too hard to the sun, too close to the sun. Let's turn that off. Let's turn this off. And let's open up with a brand new commission. Oh. I said, let's open up with a brand new commission. Yeah, there it is. There we go. Yeah, nice. All right, so we have a mysterious person that has asked us to create a brand new poster. Wow, nothing. Exactly. The things that happen in production. Lunch be closer, but usual work schedule makes it breakfast. No! Oh, dude, I'm so sorry to hear that. But I know what that is. It's a mood. Now there's something. Yeah. Oh, by the way, how's the music in the background? Is it all good? Is it all Gucci? And how's my voice? Is it crisp? Is it spicy?
Or is it really silly?
I messed around with the microphone today, so I'm a little bit nervous on how all the audio is working up. Let's actually turn the whole thing up. Okay, hold on. I'm stupid. I accidentally did a thing that was wrong. Okay, not yet. Oh wait, I can just go here. I did a silly mess up. Alright, hold on. Let's go to my thing. Let's go to the commissions. Ah, there you go. Let's rename this to I'm gonna call this one Castle Wisteria. There we are. So now when I open it, there you go. Alright, now we can turn it on. Gosh, I'm silly. It's just that normally I have naming conventions, right? Where I organize everything by name. All my files have the proper name, the proper thing. And I forgot that this client asked me to make them anonymous. So I put the name of them on the file and I was about to open it and it was about to show up here. It's like, oh, hang on, wait. Yo, Brian, welcome in. What's up? It's okay to have level 4 finished to make it better. Yeah. Oh man. And today I have to cook today. I don't have any leftovers. That's my bad. Alright, let me bring this all the way to the top because we have an apple. Actually, can you believe it? I have an apple right here on my desk. And 3 oranges with a whole, cup of water. just in case I get a little raspy. So England, it's such a surreal feeling. One day you're in Cumbria, and then you're in York. The morning after, you're in a cruise ship, and then you're home. It felt weird like 2 days ago. It was in England. Wow. Yeah, I know, right? For some reason, I always have this self-awareness that I'm in a place. I'm doing stuff. Just yesterday, I was at a Korean barbecue with my family. And it's like, oh my god, I was in a Korean barbecue. And I was cooking beef bellies in the grill with a ribeye and some salmon. It's like I was doing that, and it was fun, and it was cool. And now I'm just sitting here with a job to do. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's so true. It's such a mood. You say that, and it just reminded me of all that. It's crazy. This is one of the reasons why you should cherish your memories, because honestly, they're just gone. Woo! But it's great. Korean barbecue is amazing. And so is just remembering to be present at the moment and enjoy the now, because tomorrow it's just going to be back to the grind, baby. Just like now, we're grinding. And so my client sent me, hold on, they sent me something that we could use, that we were going to use. Let me, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny, hang on. You may or may not laugh at this. Okay, so this is the sketch, and so this is the sketch, and the idea is that we're going to have a castle. We're going to have a wisteria tree in the middle, and we're going to have a pond on the side with greenery and shrubs. I mean, the idea is that they have like this draconic idea. Like, what if a dragon had a castle and their hoard was part of a display on a tree, but this display was also kind of like a nest where they keep other trinkets, but it's functional. Like, it's like a livable place, like a spot they can rest in, and then they have the castle, like it, or maybe their children can hang out in the tree on the outside. So it's like a dragon's hoard, but they own a castle. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird, but of course it's like they turned human so they can walk into the castle. It's not like a castle that belongs to a dragon, which is different. Because then I would imagine all sorts of you know, some sort of labyrinths of, oh, maybe the doors are huge and stuff. No, but they mentioned, no, it's just a normal one, and they have dragons that they hang out on the tree, and they keep their hoard on the tree. And it's like, okay, that's cool. It's interesting. But it's also functional, so the hoard that is on the outside will look like it has architecture, and that kind of works out, because you know, a hoard home made out of the trinkets that they bring home sounds interesting. Magical treehouse, exactly, kind of like a magical treehouse. But they mentioned that there are like 2 of them. Oh, I just noticed the water slide. I forgot, there is a water slide from the top nest. That's gotta be... You see, this is one of the things that you have to keep in mind with clients. They give you a lot of ideas, but now we have to contextualize all of it with the fundamentals that we all know and use to create an appealing image. Some ideas will not translate well. Some ideas will have to be cut off or compromised into something a little different. So then the main focus of it was, you know, it's kept. Because one of my problems with this was, who is the main character here? Is it the castle? Is it the tree? Or is it the pond? And yeah, you can have main characters just be objects or things in the composition. The main idea is the focus. What's the focus? What's the narrative? What are we trying to say with this image? What, you know, like, what is this? And so I imagine, okay, so they put a lot of details on the tree. There's 2 nests, one at the top, one in the middle, and then there's a water slide. And also, they gave me a lot of reference images, and one of them is the wisteria tree. And if we look at the wisteria tree, let me see if I can find inside of this reference image. Here it is. canvas, big canvas. So this is a wisteria tree. Yeah, it's kind of like a bird nest, but at the same time, it's you know, it's a mixture. They mention nest, but also like draconic and full of and the jewels, the hoard, the treasure becomes the thing they use to build the structure. So I want like a mixture of architecture, but also a lot of detail. So I started to think, what genre can I use to define architecture that is made out of stuff? And then I thought the Baroque art style. And so I started to look into it, and I remembered Howl's Moving Castle. Y'all have seen Miyazaki's Howl's Moving Castle, right? If you haven't, recommend it. Tremendous movie. But let me go into the conversation I was having with somebody about this, because I was talking to a few of my friends and they were suggesting to me a few things, and they said, one of them told me, oh, maybe you can try this or that, and I thought, yeah, and then I shared some images. Let me actually move it to the side so I can just move this. So the Baroque period was pretty much of a very huge mess of stuff, but fashionable stuff, unlike some of the more minimalistic movements. But then I started to gather that sort of style and information, along with everything that I could learn about the wisteria tree. But you see, Howl's Moving Castle includes a plethora of stuff. The entire inner house is just made out of things. Like why did someone tie a mushroom? Like, what is this? What is any of these details? But it also adds intrigue, because we're saying, oh, why did they collect so many things, and why are there so many books in the corner? Why did they put a letter on top of a dart? Well, it does tell a story, right? Even though it's like a messy image, we have the focus in the middle be like, oh, there's a letter, and somebody hates the person who wrote the letter or something about it because they keep stabbing it with a bunch of stuff, like a bullseye. Also, there's this radish person, which could be to ward off bad omens, because that's something people do when it comes to superstitions. And if you go on a graveyard and you see a bunch of people tying things up to a tree, is a spiritist practice. You know, like a pagan type of practice where you tie talismans to ward off spirits or attract them, whichever. The point is that stuff like this, you see, it kind of tells a lot about a person. It pays to know a lot about stuff, because then you see stuff like that and you're like, oh, that's the kind of person they are. Are they superstitious? Are they not? What kind of trinkets do they have? Are they musical? Because this is like very musical, so they appreciate like the zenness of it all, but at the same time, it's overblown with detail. There's a sword on top of the bed. Is it functional? Is it decorative? Who knows? These are things that will come up in the movie or not. I don't know. I see even some things that appear in other movies, like in Ponyo. There's these glass things. I've seen them in Ponyo. They're like potion vials. Instead of the D&D ones, they're like tiny potion bottles. They have like these really long ones. Again, you can tell a lot by the mess of someone's room or their trash. And, you know, in an animation sense, in a storytelling visual sense. Yeah. Also, look at the sheets. Even the sheets are full of rich, beautiful detail. Oh, it's crazy. So I'm going to use all of this, or at least an idea of it, for the minute details that we're going to do at the end of the piece. But first, I wanted to try and see if the main character was the wisteria tree and what's in it. I need to know everything I need to know about this plant. So I discovered that this plant, interestingly, is pretty toxic. to eat. You can eat the flowers, but it's at your risk. At your, oh boy, yeah, it's a tricky. Another thing that I learned about this plant that will make it a little bit difficult to work with, but I mean, I guess this is fantasy, but at the same time, you need to bring in some suspense of disbelief to it all. So it's kind of like a mixture of, yeah, ground yourself in realism, but at the same time, be free to experiment and create your own meaning and your own lore. But I learned something interesting about this tree. This tree is a parasite kind of vine. It is a tree, but it curls up and strangles other trees to get their nutrition, and they kill them slowly. So it's kind of interesting and weird that this happens to be the main character of the whole piece. Like, who would build? You know, it would be ill-advised to build on a wisteria tree, because the wisteria tree is just growing on top of another tree, strangling it to death. Wouldn't that be not sound? Apparently the wood is pretty good though, because it's hyper resistant to termites and stuff. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to grab the idea of a plant strangling another, so then I can have this organic pattern for the trunk. It won't be just a simple thick trunk. It will be a twisty trunk. It would, instead of it being, let's say, I'll make a new layer here just to demonstrate. Instead of a tree that is like that, you know, just and a bunch of grains going up and down, it's going to be based on a tree being strangled by another. So we can grab this and this. But anyone can see with half an eye that I'm crazy over you. You know, it's a different type of plant. Another friend of mine told me that there is a plant that is also parasitic, but at the end of it all, it grows like ladders. Kind of like this, like it connects to each other and it blends. And it makes like these hidey holes and these triangles, these really intricate patterns. Because it keeps just growing on top of each other, right? So you have like the tree behind it, but then you have like all these tendrils made out of wood that are growing around the tree. So again, it's one of the reasons why you want to learn a lot about the things you're drawing before you do them, because they give you a lot more interesting things to do with them. Because if you draw trees the same way over another, it's not going to be that interesting, is it? And the story's not going to be the right thing either. Of course, the point is not that this tree is in danger or anything. The point that the client asked me is that, oh no, it's just pretty. I love the purple. And I'm like, okay. So I got to make sure to enhance the beauty of the tree without enhancing or revealing elements that this tree is a problem. Which, again, no one's gonna know unless they know. But for the people that they know, it will add to the story if we give the proper excuse as to why this tree is not dying. You know what I mean? A lot of people would say, quote unquote, oh, who cares? No one's gonna know. But it's like, yeah, but for the art piece is also for the people that actually know these things. So you can actually make somebody enjoy your work no matter what. It's kind of like people saying that animation is a children's medium. They're like, children don't understand, so why give them quality? They'll be entertained with just about anything. But is that really sound? Like, I believe it's best that even if they're young, they learn from the things you make and create. So why not let them see something of quality? Let them see something that helps them, you know? So yeah, it's important that even if you think that no one's gonna get it, just do it, you know? Do it for posterity. Everyone's gonna like it. Let me actually show you the tree that they told me about. Copy image, and I'm gonna paste it right here. Yeah, this is the tree. Now compare it with the wisteria tree. Let me copy and paste. You see what I mean? This is the wisteria strangling another tree. And this is this other tree that they told me about. Let me see what's the one they mentioned. A strangler fig. That's what it's called. This is a strangler fig. You see that the pattern is a lot different. Of course. And many other trees also produce different looks. So yeah. Enjoy the process and have some fun in creating something no one's ever seen before. Even if someone has seen it before. It's still fun to figure things out, you know? Let's see. So the whole trip, I wanted to try counting all the Union Jacks on a flagpole with decent size and every red telephone cell. Also counting ones that are repurposed. And in Cumbria, I saw one telephone cell. In York, I saw one. And in the small towns I drove through, 5, 7 phone boxes. Honestly, I thought they were really rare. Also 27 Union Jacks. So that's the score. Wow. Yeah. Actually, where I am, that we still have... But, well, in our case, they're just abandoned. Because people have... what's the word? Vandalized, yeah. People have vandalized the old phones, the street phones that we used to have on... Yeah, they're just vandalized, they're old, they're abandoned. But it would have been great that they still worked, right? You know, without the cables pulled and the phones just dangling there and no way to put in a corner. And it's a mess, it's sad. But yeah, things just happen. In any case, you saw the sketch. The idea of a castle, the idea of a tree, and the idea of a pond. So I thought, okay, they have a clear idea. And you guys know that the first step to any sort of paint that we do here is that we make thumbnails of that piece in miniature, so then we can expand upon them on the next stream, so then we can, you know, put in the details as we put in the broad strokes. But with this is a clear vision. So the thing that I'm mostly wondering about is the nature of the nests on the tree, of the dragon hordes that will be on the tree. So while the castle and everything will look similar, I will not stop trying to reinvent the same image over and over. That's called iteration. We choose one design based on this sketch, and from there, we iterate the same thing in different ways. But it's the same thing. Unlike what we did with 𝐒𝐿𝐻, which what we did with 𝐒𝐿𝐻 was that we did completely different iterations. But here, we're going to do iterations of the same idea. So one of the first things that I did was structuralize everything in Blender. Here it is. You saw it at the beginning. Now I can explain what this is. This is my imagining on Blender. There's like the idea of the castle. It's not like up to scale or anything. It's just like the idea of where it is and maybe what elements there could be. There's the tree in the middle. And then there's the pond on the side. I was thinking about the camera. Where is the camera? Is the camera very close to the ground? Is the camera very close to the sky? But then I thought if it's too low, we won't see the pond. And if it's too high, we won't see the fullness of the dragon nests on the tree. Also, the richness of the castle. How are we going to also include the castle on the side? So it's a, you know, it's a combination of these things, and also the background of the whole piece, like the farthest part. How are we going to do that? So I imagine that this camera angle is pretty good. And that the wisteria tree, if you noticed on the examples, the wisteria tree has like layers on them. Like they grow in little puffs and they dangle. The flower is like that. There's a string and it builds up on it and it just dangles in a pattern. We won't need to do them one by one, but if you can see from far away, there's like a hue of purple and then a few dots. So we can get away with very simple dots of this thing. We don't need to make petal by petal. It's kind of like what we did with 𝐒𝐿𝐻 on the background crystals on the wall. We can do something exactly like that. Oh wait, I didn't show you because I was, but I mean I showed you last stream, but I didn't show you how I did it, which is basically me doing one by one, dot by dot. I didn't use a dotted brush because the scatter might not be as scattered as I wanted it to be, perhaps, or in the proper shape because there are crystals jetting out of the ground and whatever, and I wanted a certain shape to the dots. But in this case, it's a very pattern-like shape. Even from far away, we can't see the individual dots. So we're going to include this detail, the little tufts, like layers and ladders, and because they look like ladders, I thought that we can do it like this, like it comes from below, and as they bend around the tree and cross it, it makes little stairs. And because it's like this magical huge wisteria tree on top of a tree, it helps it grow instead. So we can have elements that show that it's actually growing alongside it instead of strangling it. And they're working in unison. So it can be like a vine on a vine. They're just dancing with each other on the trunk. And I want that visual. I don't know how yet. But I want that to be one of the beautiful connections with it. And then they bloom together, spreading to the side. And of course, this little bulb in the middle is going to be the main central nest. And then a little bit at the top, we're going to see more of a structure for the second bigger nest. Of course, we can have the castle here. I'm going to have some spikes here because it's one of those old castles. Before the Gothics, by the way. So it's going, the reference images that my client gave me were a type of architecture that I have not worked with in a long time, or seen in a while. Let's put them here so you guys can see. Yeah, it's pretty much this. You see this? These are the references we're working with. It's this kind of castle. These windows are for light to come in naturally. I mean, all windows are for that, but these are what in Spanish we call tragaluces. They are a little bit more foggy, so then the light is dispersed more equally instead of just a direct sunlight beam. This one melts it a little bit and spreads it a little bit more evenly when the light hits it. So that's what those windows are for. And then we have some double-sided rooftops. And these little openings here, these slits, if you didn't know, are for defense. So castles that have this, I mean, castles are always for defense. But if they have this, it's for an extra purpose. It's for attacking. Soldiers can be behind it taking cover and they can just show up in here, aim and shoot arrows at people. The same thing with this structure. There should be slits. I don't know if these slits are hollow, but this thing should be enclosed to house a lot of soldiers that are looking, and they make it for a very hard target to hit. So when you shoot an arrow through them, it's a lot easier for you and a lot harder for them to get you. And since this is the front of the castle, they have a double one. They have one at the bottom and one at the top. The sides are not friendly for that. But again, this is like a castle mansion, not like a legit castle wall castle. But it can work with it. It's just not as defensive as it could be. It's more for style, as you can see with the garden at the bottom. Now with this one, oh, it's the same one, but in a different season. Yeah, I see. It's really beautiful, dude. And look at the inside, too. And also, look at these arches. This is a very specific detail because architecture included everything that has to do with ancient architecture. One of the key details were the pillars and the arcs. Why the arcs? Because arcs spread out the weight of a castle or of a structure. First of all, let me change this pale white to a grayer one so it can be easier on your eyes as you're watching the stream. Sorry about that. Like, I don't have any problems, but some people might, so let's just make it a little bit less. But yeah, arcs in architecture are extremely important, and as an artist, you should understand the power of an arc. Not that it matters to us because we're making make-believe images, but if you want people that understand architecture to enjoy your movie without breaking, at least you can include a little bit of logic. So a doorway can come in different shapes and sizes. It can be curved, it can be more triangular, or it can just be flat square. Now, what's the difference between these arcs? It's the way that weight is distributed. The roof is very heavy. So, how do you make arcs that do not collapse on each other? Well, you got to distribute the weight. Arcs like this bring the weight to a point, so that way they're holding each other and canceling each other out. And that way the walls will not collapse because they're holding each other up. It's kind of like if you had a friend and you leaned in on them like this with your arms spread, and then they were on the other side with their arms spread, and they were leaning very, stretchy away, and they were falling, and you were falling, but you catch each other, and then you lock in, and there you go. That's essentially the idea of this kind of arc. The same thing with any kind of arc, because they would have bricks, and then this brick would be here, and this brick would be here, and this brick would be here, blah, blah, blah. And then also the weight of above will go on it, and then it would spread out. It's kind of one of the reasons that, let's say you wanted to puncture a hole through something. Let's say that there is a piece of glass you want to break. No, hang on. Not a piece of glass. Okay, let's say you were doing karate, right? And you wanted to kick through a very thin board. What you want to do is to punch or kick in a position where it receives the most force. A small spot with a lot of impact makes it break. It's simple physics. It's one of the reasons that you don't need a lot of force to puncture something. If you have a needle and you push it against like your thumb, it's going to go through at a very soft, a very soft force, because it's force compacted into a single point. But if the point is spread out, like if you use your thumb with the same strength and push it against your thumb, it's not going to puncture through, because you're spreading the force evenly around the area rather than puncturing it into a single point. The same thing happens here. Instead of a kick or a sword stabbing through a wooden board, you have a fork. Imagine you have a fork and you're trying to stab the same piece of wood. The force that you give is the same. It's the same force. But instead of a single point, this case it's spread out 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3 of the force. So now it's a lot weaker, and it's going to be more difficult to break in half. At most, you're going to stab into it, but not as far as you would go if you actually, you know, did the thing properly. It's not the same. And so, arcs are made to do this. They are made to distribute the weight into different columns to help each other out, hold on the burden, and at the same time, provide a way for you to go in and out. It's an entrance that spreads out the weight of the whole castle ceiling. Now, that's one of the problems with openings like these. Openings like these are not very savvy when it comes to that. It's better for buildings that are not holding too much weight, or if they have a very strong reinforcement at the top. But even then, these reinforcements are prone to bending when they are under a lot of stress. Because the weight of the whole roof and everything will push down. And so you will eventually see roofs like this. And doorways that just break. And everything collapses. Because it's the same as the board. So a lot of people in the past used to use arcs like these for castles and temples. So if you're going to design a temple or an ancient castle, use arcs like this. And depending on the culture, depends on the arc that you're going to use. You see, even the entrance has a very nice arc. It's kind of like if you were standing up. You know, like playing football, and you were trying to guard something like a sumo wrestler, and you were just positioned like this. It's a strong pose, right? That's what this castle is all about. That's what arcs are all about. So when I see arcs like these, and the way they are decorated, it lets me know a lot about the era they were made, the type of people that made it, the culture, the ideas behind it. And you see that they're using ideas of columns, but they're not going full way into it. They're like splitting columns in half and stuff. So it doesn't belong to any romantic style or any sort of Egyptian or any sort of Mesopotamian column. And it doesn't have the crowning area on the top. So yeah, it's fairly modern. If I were to give it an idea, it's fairly modern. And also it has this, which is very Greek, Greco-Roman. This was in temples. So it gives an air of mysticism or knowledge or a house of wisdom. Beside it being very stylish and for the rich. So it's a castle, but it's also like a house of class, wisdom, and you know, maybe a temple for something more majestic and godly. All of these things, you combine the knowledge, and you make something awesome. Will we make arcs like these? Probably not, because we're working with the outside of it all. But it's good to keep things in mind, and then start discarding what you don't need and what you do need. Let's put all of this inside of this folder of references. We won't need them for a while. And so, because we already know what this thing is going to sort of look like, I went here. Is this thing empty? I think it's empty. We don't need it then. Here it is. So, I placed them as models repeatedly. And we're going to use this to start building in all of our iterations. We can finish early with this, or we can just continue with it until we have all the sections, all 9 boxes filled. It doesn't matter. when we find something interesting or good enough, but we gotta fill at least 4. At least 4, it will be fine. I just really want to define what the nest is going to look like. Because to me, even now, is a mystery. Like, what's gonna look like? Baroque style. We have the idea of some columns and some arcs of what they're going to look like. The same as the castle, similarly. But in this case, it will be made out of the dragon's hoard. So it's going to be a lot of trinkets and a lot of details. Oh, speaking of details. Sorry, killed the mosquito. Or at least I think I did. I hope so. I don't know where it landed. Oops. Okay. Gonna put this here, gonna put that there, get comfortable. So, now that we're ready with all the information we will need, we can begin conceptualizing. Okay, so these are there. What is this? Okay, so that's that. Control D, deselect. These are all the images. Okay, and these are the... Okay, so I'm gonna make a new layer and a new folder. So then we can start doing the iterations. Let me just write it down. I hope I wrote it properly. But let's go. Let's begin with the first one. Again, we step a little bit far. We don't want to get down into the weeds just yet. We get lost already. We'll never progress further. Also, I caught the music stopping. It's not gonna catch me. Not anymore. Okay, OBS is properly working. 𝐒𝐫𝐚𝐬𝐭𝐫𝐞𝐚𝐦. Now, one last test. Gonna connect my headphones to my phone because the music seems to be properly working, so I'm just going to check on the audio myself just in case. I'm very stingy with the audio because last Hollow Knight stream I got a little worried because I was rewatching it for quality control, and my god, I started out with the worst microphone I've ever had in a while. And I don't know, I just don't feel like that's a really valid excuse. Oh my god, the audio is perfect. I'm so happy with that. In that case, I will put... Okay, so I'm gonna put House Moving Castle OST, which I cannot put. I cannot put that on stream here. But I can put it on my own here. And if the music stops, I'll be able to see it on my side visually. I put in House Moving Castle because it's so perfect. Because my client also said that they wanted a relaxing environment. I feel that's perfect. Kind of idiosyncratic, right? That we have dragons, or the idea of a horde and a tree that kills other trees, but also we are asked to make it beautiful and charming and relaxing and stuff, you know?
There goes Jack, and there goes Jim, down to Lover's Lane. Now and then we meet again, but they don't.
So first the silhouette of the wisteria just hanging down in patches.
When I hear the church bells chime, those wedding bells are breaking up that old gang of mine.
Now that I think about it, this is gonna be great for when we're trying to define distance. Because some of the wisteria is going to be close to the camera and some of it will be in the background. And we can define that. And at the same time, it can open up to what this is gonna look like. Let me do a double roofed entrance like this and a balcony. So I gotta make it spread out a little bit because the idea is a nest. It's like a dragon's nest, but with beauty and trinkets hanging from them. Again, house moving castle style. So I'm just scribbling here, and I'm going to change to white if I want anything to stand out. Like if I want any element to be there present, I'll add a little bit of white. A little bit of black to add some contrast. And you can see that we're far away from it and we can already see detail. But of course, if we get really close, it's just a bunch of random pixels. But that's the beauty of working thumbnails first and then opening up the official art piece. We don't need to have a perfect idea yet. We just need to have ideas to edit. A lot of people idealize the final product thinking that, oh, it came out of nowhere. But no. One of the most important things is to research, find out how everything works, and learn how to refine those ideas once you get all that information in. And find, in the midst of chaos, the order you seek. Or at least enough so it just builds on something much greater than the sum of its parts. Something unique, something that speaks to you. But for that, you need a lot of data, a lot of raw ingredients. We were actually talking about this yesterday on Discord when I was talking to some of my friends about what my client wanted. And about the fact that some people really do need to learn how to manage themselves. In the sense of, oh, you just... like, it's hard to believe in yourself. It's a lot easier to just say you suck and give up and stuff. But part of what makes people inspired is learning new things, new skills. Things that would make them amazing at something and daring to say, oh, I can maybe try this and just enjoy the process of learning, trying, failing. But it wouldn't even be failure because it's all a game, right? When you're playing a game, you don't really care about whether or not you'll lose. If anything, you just, oh, do I have 99 lives? Okay, who cares, right? You just jump into danger without a second thought. And if you die, sure, fine, you'll try again. I don't know why people lost that mentality. Or maybe it was a mentality that came a lot after video games were more popular and established. And the educational system's methods on what is... what would be, like... There is a special type of excellence that they mention. Academical excellence. There's a type of academical excellence that they're looking for, which is unrealistic. It's like that perfection that can never exist. But that perfection that everybody looks for is built out of strife, out of a lot of attempts. Things that other people would call failure, but isn't failure. You're just, again, playing a game. The game of, what will happen if I push this button? What will happen if I mix lemonade with mustard? Maybe it will work, maybe it will fail, but at least I'll know how it fails, and then next time I won't put mustard with anything sour, or maybe the things that would combine with it are very different. Maybe not a drink, maybe something different and spicier. I don't know. I'm not a chef. The point is, you learn what the flavors are and then you just try it out. Actually, yesterday, I was at a Korean barbecue, like I said before, and I have not in earnest tasted soy sauce. Like as a kid, I never liked it, so I never knew how it actually worked with anything. So I was curious because now I'm learning to cook a little for myself and my family. So I'm like, I should at least know what it tastes like and what I can combine it with, because there have been muses where I know what something tastes like and I can feel that the right combination is to add some brown sugar to it. And it's like, why would I add brown sugar to this? I never imagined anything like that. But then I do, and oh my God, it works. But the only reason is because I know how brown sugar tastes like, and I know the combination because I tasted it before. Brown sugar has worked with things that have been unorthodox and salty. So I try it, and wow, it's not that bad. And so I get more curious. And so I experiment with new things and more. And then I just keep adding to it and have some fun. And then it never becomes a fear of mine of whether or not I fail. I just do things, man. I just do stuff. If they don't work out, then I'll just gather my things and try again in a different way. And I think that's beautiful. Today was a good day. And yesterday too. Yesterday was an amazing day. We had some food. I talked to some friends. I really was kind of stumped about this commission, to be honest. Because I haven't done something so big. I mean, I have, but it was sort of out of accident. It's one of the reasons that my friends were bullying me about it. It's like, you only charge so little for it. It's like, okay, I'll charge more next time for all those details and all that thing that I keep adding. I don't know, it kind of sneaks up on you when you actually become quote unquote acceptable or good enough, quote unquote. Again, it's a never-ending thing. You always keep learning new things and adding to it. So I don't think that there's ever like a ceiling to reach ever. If you've reached a ceiling and you don't see yourself changing, then I think there's something wrong. Or at least a lot of my artist friends have told me, be worried if you don't find anything wrong with your artwork. And I'm not saying that you should always hate your art pieces. It's just that you should always find ways to experiment, improve, and match new things together. But if you're always happy and content with it, then you're kind of stopping that creative juice, that methodology of discovery. Because artists are eternal students as well. So study and understanding should always be at the forefront of an artist's creative techniques, you know? Can't let that stagnate. go. It's kind of like a huge mansion. It can also have trees and such. Shrubbery. Again, I'm using a very scratchy brush and I'm not really focusing on a lot of details. I'm just adding things. Over here I imagine a very spacious area with a lot of trees. Because this is where the pond is going to be. There's the tree canopy. And then there's the pond on the side. Make it bright enough so we can notice it. Hello there, how's everybody doing? All doing good, Pixel, how are you? Let's see. Back again in England, we bought this very famous type of gingerbread. It's genuinely the best cookie I've ever had. Its original recipe is from 1860-ish. We bought at a 12-pack, and I only had 2 pieces left. No! I need to go back and get it. You need more. Oh no, I'm so sorry. That sucks. No. Man, I feel ya. Oh, that's sad. That is so sad. I mean, the next best thing you can do is to ask for the recipe. Only then can you actually, you know, consolidate the fact that you're running out. Ooh, let me turn on the fan. It's really hot here. Hope it doesn't affect the audio quality. I'm sure of it, though. Let's add like a bunch of little dots to signify just trinkets and items and stuff. Again, contrasting black and white. Bring another wisteria branch popping out of the tree. Kind of hanging over here. There we are. So again, the main character is like this big tree. Castle on the side. Some more wisteria. Going down. Make the sky a little bit less bright. Who doesn't love a trinket? I know, right? Welcome in, Jum. How are ya? Hi, I'm a random person. I ran out of delicious gingerbread. Could you maybe share your secret recipe from 1860? Passed down from generations. I will become one of the family. I'll do the rituals. Whatever initiation you need, please, I need them cookies. Oh, poor Waffles. Sorry to hear that you're running out of them. Wee. It's what happens, man. It's what happens. It's another one of those reasons why it just makes me think of all the ways that people get inspired, because some people get inspired by, hey, I want that. Oh, I can't have it. Well, I'll make my own. Thank you very much. Sometimes spite is a very powerful motivator. Or just the drive, man. Where there's a will, there's a way. Okay, so I'm trying to make this wisteria curl around the tree and into the ground, and then we have the castle on the side. Let's define the castle with just pitch black for now. So we have a little watchtower here. Little window. There we go. Again, the trees and the canopy in the background. Maybe there are some duckies in the water. This could be one of the concepts. For the next iteration, I want a little bit more clarity than this, so I'm going to use a different brush. I'm going to use, instead of the gouache brush, I'm going to take a smooth watercolor brush. I'm gonna start with the swirls of the trunk, because again, the wisteria strangles the tree. So I'm gonna make like this swirl pattern. There you go. So now we have like this majestic path where the tree decided to dance around the earth. We can make something that children would definitely enjoy playing around this tree. And then it just spreads. So on this side, we can have it branch out like that. And on this side, we can have it twist. Yeah. This, not this pattern. We can have a... yeah, like a twisty pattern like this. Yeah, there we go. Very elven. Very demure. Because this one doesn't have that much of a dynamic movement. But this one could have more of a dynamic swing, if you know what I mean. These past couple of days have been really fun, but tiring. I'm almost finished with my game and made a whole Game Jolt account. And we'll be posting the game there for everyone to play. Can't wait. Yo, good. Good. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna take a little orange. Orange slices. All right. Oop, wrong brush. But yeah, that sounds awesome. Now your own audience can be your best judge. It's like, oh, the control inputs aren't good. Oh, this is and you can refine it. I'm very excited for that. Like, I'm not very knowledgeable on game development, so learning about these things is pretty cool. Oh, one of the things to realize and remember when you're doing trees or anything organic is that they have a similar pattern to everything. So a leaf will have the main branch, and then they will have a secondary smaller branch. We talked about this before. Then that branch will have a branch, and that branch will have a branch, and that branch will have a branch, and that branch will have a branch. It's the golden spiral, you know, Fibonacci sequence and all that. But of course, they won't always continue to have them infinitely. Like, leaves will just be there, and then they'll have maybe a little stump after that, and then the next one will continue and be like that. But even though that is the structure of a leaf, it is also the structure of a feather, and it also is the structure of a tree. So in a way, you can cheat that way and remember the ways that things literally branch out in nature. We talked about this before extensively, but you see that pattern that I'm using on the tree, right? You can notice that I made a central one and then a branching path. The same thing here. There's a main one, and then there's a branching path. And then a branching path on the first branching path. So on and so forth. But of course, the more they keep going, the smaller they get. Otherwise, it would have gone forever. The same thing works with lightning. Although lightning is a little bit more chaotic like that, it also branches out this way. Although electricity looks for the most, well, nature in general looks for the laziest path, the path of least resistance. It is always the most convenient for it. You know what this reminds me of? Hold on, I think I can use a different, yeah, a different reference. Samurai Jack trees backgrounds. Oh, that's beautiful, but that's not what I'm looking for. Oh, this is it. This is one of them. Oh, this is another reason why you should pay attention to stuff, because that way you can grab and remember references from places and then use them on your art pieces. So now we have a new reference. We have this one, and we have this one. We can definitely use stuff like this. Of course, this is more stylized, because Samurai Jack is very, like, graphic in style. Like, it's mostly focused on shapes instead of on something a little bit more realistic and elaborate. But you see, you can see the same methodology here. You have the main trunk, and then a branch, then a branch and a branch and a branch and a branch, and then flowers. Of course, this is more unorthodox, but it works, I guess. Oh, hold on. Someone's calling me. Give me a second. Give me a second. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. It's just my mom, just checking up on me. And at the same time, I don't know. She said that she didn't feel very well last night. And I was like, "Oh, yeah, are you feeling better? Is everything okay?" It's like, "Yeah, I'm just tired." We couldn't barely sleep last night. Poor gal. But she's fine. Also, hello, squirrel. Sorry, I've been yapping too much. Hello, how are you? Watch a stream, but busy for hacking Minecraft, Among Us, and a lot of hacking in Squirrel Sims online. Oh man, no. The squirrels are going crazy, man. They have opposable thumbs. What are we doing? You think this is a good tactic? Or is it gonna work? I've been trying to advertise my game, kind of annoyingly putting teaser pictures and updates everywhere in communities and game genres. So everyone talking a lot about the game. It's just that I'm excited. Also, it's okay. You don't mind. You don't know much about this kind of stuff. I just need advice in advertising. No, yeah, I don't mind. In fact, that's one of the reasons that I like that you guys are here. That we can talk about creating and actually advertising your ideas. Because when it comes to games, I actually recommend that you follow the steps of Thor, Pirate Software. Like, he's developing a game. He has a good streaming platform. I think the idea is that for people to stay, not only see your product, but stay. And I call it product because this thing that I'm doing, streaming and doing all these things in front of you, this is a product for people. Why is it a product? It's a free product because I'm providing all of this for free for you. All of my experience, everything that I know. And now it becomes valuable to people, and people can come back to it. You know, tutorials, lessons, and such. Those are very valuable. People pay for these kinds of things, right? But in my case, I'm providing it for free because I feel that a lot of people already monetize really good quality stuff. And secondly, I think that some people could use a little bit of free help. You know, that there should be somebody out there providing something for free for people to at least start their projects, because I don't want people to keep idealizing the final product, as I said before, because it's way too out there. And in order to advertise, you need to share this thing, like you said, in multiple pages and stuff, and believe in your product, and give it some value. And one of the ways that you can give it value is by connecting with your audience, making sure that people know why you're making this game and for who. What's your audience and how do you connect with them? In my case, I have heard about different genres of games connecting differently with different people. There is a huge community for task runners, like speed runners for Mario and all that stuff. The same thing with people playing Smash Brothers. There's entire secret tournaments because Nintendo won't commit to an official one, and they would make so much money with that because people are deep in it, man. They're deep in the weeds with that, but Nintendo always cancels them. It's like, do you have any idea the audience that you have in here with Nintendo playing these kinds of games? So yeah, you gotta advertise to your audience in the way that they will like and understand, and just be a spearhead for a lot of stuffs and ideas. You gotta start things. It's kind of like people saying, like, if you want to fight, you gotta start a fight. Well, in this case, a little bit more wholesome. Don't start fights. But if you want to start a movement, you gotta be the first one to push the boulder off the mountain. And yeah, you gotta advertise, and it's going to take years. I am standing here with 4 people and 30 views, and it's been 2 years. Around 2 years of me streaming. So just keep in mind, you're not going to get a lot of people hanging out in your streams or in your demo things that you put out there. But you know who will be in there? The people that will see it all the time, and then when they get curious enough to click on it and then realize, where has this guy been all my life? Why did I not watch this sooner? And they'll stick around. Why? Because you're consistent. One of the best things you can do for advertisement is stay consistent. Even if there's 0 viewers, act like there's 1,000 of them. Check your quality. try to make sure to polish every time, find new tools to stream it, blah blah blah, or maybe just present new things and make demos made out of quality. Don't just throw it around saying, no one's gonna watch it, I should do garbage. Don't do that. You know, keep up the hustle, keep up the good work, and improve in your quality, because then somebody's gonna get curious enough, they're gonna click on your video and say, oh my god, why didn't I do that? And then they'll click on every single one of your videos. It's just what happens. It's just what I've done. When I finally see a video that I've been avoiding for a while because, I don't know, it's been too busy, I say like, oh my god, why have I been avoiding this? This is so cool. And then I just share it everywhere. People don't know what they don't know. So you gotta slowly spoon feed it to them. And, you know, just make sure it's good. But don't stress over it too much. It's a balance. But I think that's one of the keys that you can keep in your mind when doing this. By the way, and still here, Ralph is dumb, the hacker, and Hale, who? What? There's a Seekers group, and it has up over 45 people, 8 hackers, and is the leader. Anyway, bye. Oh, okay, Squirrel, take care. You see, I don't know what hacking is all about, but I guess it's that. Squirrels now. But yeah. It's kind of like what Waffles has been doing. They've been putting posts on YouTube, and hopefully they've been putting it somewhere else, you know, like Instagram, there's Twitter, there's Tumblr, I guess. I've never used any of these. Like, well, there is also Blue Sky. Like, you know, there's a lot of social networks. One of the advices that I give also is that on each social network, you should advertise different things on it, but also things that are exactly the same. So people see a consistency and they can enjoy what they enjoy about you in multiple platforms, but some exclusive, so that way it forces them to also subscribe or follow in other pages. Not too much of the good stuff, but, you know, something of the new stuff can be in some of the websites. I've been advertising my game, trying to get people invested for the past 2 to 4 days. I took 4 hours making the description of the game and drawing for 3 hours a teaser. Overall, it's a lot. It is. And get ready to wait for years. Again, imagine, pretend you have thousands of fans and viewers and act with the quality as if you were giving it to 1,000 and million and one viewers and players. I mean, of course, don't delude yourself and say like, oh, people are watching it, so I'm going to make plans as if it were. No, like, you know, don't start a concert when you know exactly no one's gonna go there, but make everything ready for a few people to be in there, like maybe 5 people to show up, and then I mean, act as if it's 1 million people, but build your original first place as if you knew there was only going to be 2 to 3 people. Then when 3 people arrive, change it to 7, then change it to 10. You know, like, you keep adding up the more people come in, but you act the same way all the time. You act already as if there were thousands of people here in the room. Some of my first streams were like that. I tried not to be quiet. I tried to be dynamic, so that way it gained value for people that will come in next and watch the VOD and be like, oh, this guy's interesting, and poof. I mean, of course, there was a lot for me to learn still, and there's still a lot for me to learn now. But one of the advice that I would give everybody is just act as if there was already an audience. But of course, the other thing is, like, go to places where your audience is, like Reddit. Is there a community where the type of game you are making is there? Is there like a game jams on Reddit? Like a group of subreddit? Then go check it out. Why not? You need to go find the people yourself. It's kind of like looking for a dog. You need to find the right breed, and you need to find the right place to find the breed. You will not find a wolf in the desert, you know? Nor you will find monkeys there. Also, hello, Julius Cartoonist. Welcome. How are you doing, man? What's up? What you been doing? Been chilling out? You been working hard? I'm dedicated usually. I post one thing and I dig a hole in the ground for myself, but I'm not playing around. I want things to happen, and I will put everything I have into it. Just don't know if it's enough. That's the other thing. Be careful not to overwork yourself. You know, like, again, act as if it were millions of people in the audience. And what happens when you have a lot of people in the audience? There's a lot of demand. There's a lot of work to do. And you don't want to burn out. You don't want to, you know, be like Icarus, get too close to the sun and then just fall gracefully. Like, imagine... Okay, so imagine there's a guy. And this guy is really pumped. And he starts working out very hard. Every day. Oh my god, the entire day he's working out and he does more reps than he's ever done in his life. He's crazy. It's a lot of effort. It's a lot of... But you know what happens next? He stays bedridden for a month straight. And you know what happens in that entire month? Nothing. He's hurt. Everything hurts. He's not training. He is not getting stronger. He's just there recovering. But what happens when we do something a little bit different? Instead of going crazy and hurting yourself, how about we just sit down and we start with 5-pound dumbbells and very simple exercises? You know what's going to happen next? We're going to be able to do it tomorrow. And the day after that. 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 For an entire 3, 4, 5 months. It's a routine, right? So you repeat the same thing over and over and you are never bedridden for 2 months. Because you imagine that happens all the time. You pump yourself and then you die for two months and then you go back to it. It's not practical. It's not productive. But this is productive. This is consistent. Even though you might say, oh, but I'm just lifting really lightweight dumbbells. But simple exercises add up. And the same thing happens with advertisement and you working on your projects. This is one of the reasons that in this channel we play games too. We don't just work and work and work and work and work on art all the time. We play games. We enjoy ourselves. We fool around. We meditate. We take 30 minutes of a break before we start a 4-hour journey. It takes a lot of pacing, and it depends on the type of person you are and how you manage yourself. And that way, you can become consistent, and people will also find you always happy and radiant and ready to work. You know, it's better that they find you happy all the time that every now and then and a bunch of the times they find you miserable. Like that. Which one do you prefer? This or this? So yeah, don't work yourself too hard. Be aware that advertising something unique to you takes time, especially when you're trying to convince somebody that this thing you made is valuable to them. They don't know what it is, and frankly, they do not care. It takes a lot of advertisement and a lot of refinement for them to just look at it without you having to explain it, because that's a lot of people do. They focus a lot on making descriptions, on explaining, on talking a lot about the product. But hey, art should be a thing that you open up a screen, it shows up, and then they go like, whoa, dude, you made that? And then you can just silently nod. Just silently nod. Because it's, you know, it's fairly obvious, right? The product speaks for itself. And you have refined and studied for years, grueling training, and failures upon failures, and a lot of projects that nobody will care about, and they'll walk away until finally you hit a nerve. You find somebody that actually finds this thing cool. And then you're like, oh, I found my audience. The kind of people that find this thing cool. And then that person tells someone else, and so on and so on and so on. But it takes years. From a conceptual stage and you refining how you advertise your product, to just showing up one day and saying, oh, look at this cool thing. Isn't it great? What is that? I don't know, it's a new game. Yo, and then they start criticizing and talking about it. You don't say it's yours. You remain quiet. And then like, man, I wish they would do this and that. And then you're like, oh, really? And then you don't even say you're the dev. You just walk away. And then the next day you come in. It's like, how about this? Well, wait, hold on. Did you make it? And then you're like, well, yo, dude. But yeah, it's a whole thing. I'm doing well. I'm about to draw one of my art friends, Pink Paletta, into a Cookie Run Kingdom character. Ooh, yeah, that was been popular for a few years now. About overworking. I take small breaks before I work on my new content because doing everything at once makes things difficult. Yeah, and it just drains you, honestly. One day, you'll just hate it. You just wake up one morning and just say, oh, I gotta do the thing. And you know what you will do instead? You will stay in bed on your phone. Hey, this looks familiar, doesn't it? It's almost like the deadlifter guy that lift way too much, overworked themselves, and then stayed bedridden for a whole month, just trying to recover. And in that whole period, they've not been exercising, the thing they should be doing. The same thing with content creation and advertisement. Don't burn yourself to a mist. You gotta balance yourself. And you gotta pace yourself. And understand that just because people don't care about what you do now, that you're a failure. It's going to take years of refinement and development. And maybe the first thing you make, let's say this is the first game you make, the thing you're doing right now. Let's say it just, nobody likes it, and then you throw it away. Nobody likes it. Let's just pretend. They're the first thing you create. What are you gonna do now? I'll tell you what you're gonna do. You're gonna make another thing. And it's gonna be better than the first thing. And you're gonna advertise it a little better because you won't do the same things you did before. You will do something new and different. And maybe it will catch a few people's eyes, but it's not gonna be good enough. So what you're gonna do? You're gonna make a new thing. And it's gonna be a lot better than the first two things because now you have a lot of more knowledge. The point is, never give up. Even though an idea has to be thrown away, guess what? You're still here. You can make new ideas. The ideas come from you. You're the artist. You're the creator. You're going to make millions of games in the future, or maybe publish 2 or 3, but you're going to have a lot of ideas to throw out the window. And the more you make, the more you can refine, the more you can add up, and eventually something will stick. I mean, did you know that Toby Fox, when he made Undertale, he had no idea that his game was going to be famous? He wasn't trying to make it famous. It just clicked. Same thing with the Digital Circus. They didn't know it was going to be that popular. It just clicked. So, again, be merciful with yourself. Don't freaking go crazy and think that, oh, I'm a failure. I suck because I don't have a 10,000 populace. It's been 2 years. I still only have like 30, 60 views and only 4 people active in chat, which is fine. I'm really happy that there's still people that I can talk to and help out, because that's 4 more people that will start creating things and will share what they do. It's exciting to me. There's little people in the audience, but I pretend that millions will watch me in the future. Maybe I'll never know I'll become anything. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll retire one day and never make YouTube videos again, but someone will appreciate it and And you know why I say that? Because it happens. When has it happened? Van Gogh, Picasso, Da Vinci. These people were not famous in their own day. They became famous long after they were dead. Long after. And their pieces sold for millions of dollars. Did they ever saw a single penny out of those? No, not a single one. They died poor and forgotten. Until the day someone went into an attic, found a beautiful art piece and say, oh my god, who drew this? And then the history talked for itself. And of course, that's the other thing. They were not around to defend their art pieces. The pieces they made were so good, they spoke for themselves. And again, honestly, Van Gogh, his technique is pretty simple. Anyone can do it with enough practice. So again, it's not about being the most amazing thing in the universe. It's just about being convincing enough in your art that you pluck a heartstring. But yeah, that's a different topic. The point is, be merciful with yourself and be extremely patient. Also, treating life in a constant sprint isn't good for mental health or physical health, depending on how extreme. While Stardew Valley was made by one person, but it wasn't built overnight. Exactly that. Wasn't made overnight, and it was not made in a rush, even if it was made by a single person. That's what you gotta always remember. It's just it's a very important thing to keep that mindset open for a lot of things. Again, right now, I'm streaming how I paint my process, and I always thought that no one was going to come in. And of course, I want more people to come in. How do I do that? I don't mope around. I find new techniques, new ways, new methods, new funny things to say, new microphone settings, so it's a little bit more appealing and fun and interesting to hear me talk. And maybe I practice a new voice, so it's more of a silly goober and more exciting. So that way I'm not just talking to a microphone all serious and boring. Something that no one will want to hear for more than 2 seconds. But instead I speak and change and and I put a little music and here and there. You see? A little movement. And again, a little bit of value, so I share my experiences with y'all. That way there's replayability value. Kind of like in a game. There's nothing else to do in the game, then what's the point? There's nothing else to learn in the art piece, then what's the point? So, you know, finding value in that way, it's very important. But more important than that is just don't give up. How's everyone doing? Any projects in mind? Pretty sure it started off as a hobby project, remembering. Yeah, you see? Some of the best... Actually, that's actually something that I figured out. Some of my favorite art pieces were made at random. It's like I was joking. I wasn't even thinking about making some of the art pieces that were my favorite. But they ended up being my favorite because I don't know. It's just that I risked a lot in making them. And when they finally came through, the style of them, the look of them, it was more risque. It was more fun and interesting. And I just never thought I could do it. It's like, oh my god, it actually it works out. But honestly, it all starts when I don't care as much on the project. It's always been a consistent thing. When I do care about the project, I stress over the details, and when I don't care about it, I don't stress over them. And I dare to connect different things that I normally wouldn't because I'd be too scared that, oh my god, it's just wrong. I don't see it that way. It's weird. People won't like that. I suck. Oh my god, and blah, 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 blah. Well, instead of that, I'm like, yeah, it doesn't matter. I'll just use this, and it probably could be fun. You know, I chase the fun that way. And it turns out it's amazing. So hobbies, the things that you wouldn't expect will be famous, will become extremely famous. I mean, again, Toby Fox, he didn't expect for the game to be that incredible. But at the same time, he said that he dreaded it. He was scared of all the attention because he's very introverted and shy. So, you know, like at the same time, I understand him. And personally, I don't want to be like this big sensation either. I just want to be someone that helps you to believe in yourself, and then probably you become great. That's it. I just want to sustain my family doing what I love, which is drawing and making art itself and teaching it. I just feel that life has a lot to do with art and creation. Maybe not art, but you know, there's cooking, there's smells, there's clothes. I don't know, it's a thing about life. It's not just about living, it's about the variety and the appreciation of the multiple things in it. Gets me really excited to experiment and explore. My art block is got me looking at a blank page. Mood, to be honest. Actually, I want to share something with you guys. Yesterday, or a few days ago, I was looking around. Oh, I actually have the link here. I don't need to look it up. So y'all know Nox? Nox is an incredibly great creator. And he made a video that can help people on art block. And every sort of management of creating and finding ways to not get bored or tired and research things properly. Go look for sharing art. No, that's Art Fight. Art tutorials. Creative advice. Here it is. Like, put this on a watch later thing. I recommend this video a lot by Nox. If you're looking at a blank page, that video might help you a lot. He's talking about ways that you can manage creation. One of the first steps being gathering information enough that then you can start to create something. In my case, I used it for this piece. I started to gather information on what was the priorities that my client wanted. There's a tree and a castle and a pond, but there's also like a big dragon's hoard that is also a house on the tree alongside the castle. And what kind of tree is it? It's a wisteria. What kind of art style? I chose Baroque because they didn't give me one, but the style works enough for the idea of a house made out of the very trinket and treasure of a dragon, a hoard. And the camera angle properly, you know, something that's looking in front of the tree. Yeah, I know, right? You recognize them? Yeah, they're the guys that made Tarboy. That's the guy that made Tarboy. Incredible. The guy's amazing. So, he made that video, and it's honestly been pretty good. And I did the same thing he was recommending here. Because I started to investigate the wisteria. And if you tuned in early on this stream, I started to talk information about the wisteria itself. And the idea on how it strangles other trees and kills them. But of course, that's not what we're going for. We're going for the majesty of it, how pretty the wisteria is, the purples, and playing around with the concept of it housing other creatures and things on top of it all as part of the commission. Which I don't know what to put on the tree itself. I'm just making doodles of like some sort of nest with an entrance. Or entrances. I can make multiple entrances with balconies and such. Because the idea is kind of like a nest that's full of trinkets and streamers. Like that. Again, we're not actually focused on the details right now. These are thumbnails to get the point across. And then there could be like a balcony like that. It's full of treasure and a lot of small houses. And then wood planks that are holding the structure onto the tree. And we can have a very fantasy structure below that's holding everything together. But yeah, there's also like a symbiosis working with the tree, the wisteria, and the people that inhabit it. But I need also enough space for the sky, so let's erase some of this. And it works in patches. So I'm going to have to make very specific patches here and there. Because that's the nature of this tree. This tree works like that in some patches and then connections. And then there's like some openings. Alright guys, I'm gonna go. I got some work to do, so I could go back and making my game. Goodbye everyone. If y'all working on anything, hope it turns out amazing. You too, Pixel Animation. Please do believe in your product. You are amazing. Again, it's one of the weirdest things to say that I'm happy some people are not watching me, specifically because they're creating their own thing and taking this time to make alongside us. That is good. That is so cathartic, and it makes me really happy. It makes me happy when you go and make cool stuff. Yeah, Pixel, you got this. I believe in you. We all do. Yeah, that's the other thing you gotta do. You gotta look for the audience that and essentially you're looking for, but at the same time, the masters in the craft. Right now, I'm not good at video games, and I don't know how exactly to advertise them. Let me change the brush. Again, transparent watercolor. Let's make the background first so I can kind of block it out. Actually, let me start fresh. Let me block out this. Let's put in the horizon line. I keep forgetting. That's one of the most important starters of it all. You put a horizon line. This is like the balance of it. The sky is the more important element because that's where the tree is going to be. And then the castle is going to be in perspective going this way. And we're going to see a few other details. Like the castle could end here and start there. Or it could be here and start here. It's, yeah, it really depends. We can add like elements of the castle here and there and focus on that later. So just keep it like that. Make a little extra structure on top. And more structure in the castle like that. It's gonna be great. And then of course there's the tree itself. But first I want to define the pond, which would be something around here. Or maybe around there. Because that's one of the other important elements, is there's a pond. Let's put in some trees there. Let's make some patches. Actually, let me follow the patches that I wanted to do as a staircase. Let's put in some triangles. And there's like a smaller section there. I think these are too big, but the idea is pretty nice. We can have multiple structures built out of treasure. Then the tree swirls on the ground, and there's shrubbery where the castle is. Nothing that covers the sky too much. Let's put some white there to represent the wisteria's drooping plants. I'm using a different brush because every brush has a different feel, and maybe the feel you are going for doesn't work out, so I don't think it's been working out very well, so I'm changing the brush so I don't fall into the same pits. That's sometimes a good reset that you can do. Change your brush and try it again. Maybe this brush is not the right one for the job, but it's good to experiment and see what works and what sticks. But you see, it's very important to do thumbnails exactly because of this. You don't want to waste time. You want to solidify the idea first. And then we can start focusing on the refinement of those broad strokes. I think it came out as this great revelation where You start really big, and then you finally start to zoom in and do something else, and then you zoom in onto that, and then you do something else, and then you zoom onto that, and then you do something a little bit more granular, and by the end of the day, there you got an eyeball. See? Before you know it, there's a little smiley face. Surprised, weren't you? I didn't know that was gonna happen. But that's one of the reasons we do broad strokes first. And we do multiple versions of it. You see, now with this brush, I can do a little bit more shading while I do the test. So now I wonder if this is wise to do. Like if I can have a very shaded canopy of tree, very spread out, very wide, and then have the very bright sky in the background like this. Light rays coming from the sky into the canopy of the trees on the side, and maybe even on the castle. Like, you see where I'm going with this? Everything else is bright, and the canopy of the tree is dark, and it's like this night shade that the tree is giving. And then the horde in the middle can have a lot more focus, because we can start giving it more contrast. Considering it's made out of treasure, it can overflow in trinkets and things that are bright. So even if the tree is very dark, we can also add lanterns. We can add all sorts of light sources and things where people can hang out. You can add like a bunch of connections. Maybe some ropes that reach the very bottom of it all. We can have some roots. We can have the same tree. Actually, let's make the trunk of the tree. Let's first solidify. Let's block that out. And then we can do the design of said tree differently. Again, if you get too closed off in the details, you'll never progress. So we gotta move on. We gotta just make sure that we got all the important elements of it all right. And then we can start granularizing. The tree wood tends to be a little dark, so it works for our purposes. Again, let's give some majesty to it all. And of course, smaller patches, because they can go from big to small. It reminds me of the Weeping Willow, but the Weeping Willow, I don't think the Weeping Willow has like these beautiful flowers and such. Oh, look at that. That's starting to look a little better, right? Again, it's the power of iteration. When the first idea doesn't work, you make another. And even if it works, make another. You see, nothing changes. Whether you win or lose, just keep making more. Don't stop. You might find a new favorite model. I mean, didn't you notice that Inochi chose the last iteration we made for his official art piece? Did you notice that? If we went with the first one, we would have still be working on it. But we got to iterate enough that he liked one of them out of all of them that we did. I think that's pretty cool. Okay, so we can actually use the wisteria as a staircase. Any of y'all seen A Bug's Life? There was a video game where there was like a ladder going around a tree or a rock or plants in order for them to reach the top. So maybe the wisteria can work like some sort of ladder here. And again, the roots spread out. And the wisteria tree's roots are also very expansive. You know, something that I learned about trees is that they don't dig too deep. Like, they dig deep, sure, but relatively, they don't just spike down onto the ground. They spread out evenly like a carpet. That was one of the weirdest revelations that I got taught. You know, I would normally think that they would just stab the ground and go down, but no, apparently. It's funny enough. Oh, man. I think this building can be looking this way. And then there's like a big chamber here for the castle looking forward. And then we can have that. We can make it like this. Entrance. And remember what I said about arcs? We can put in an arc here. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. See? With the forest and building on the right, in the background, it shows us how gigantic the tree is. Exactly. Yes. And that's one of the things that I had to consider, because they put so much detail on the tree that I had to think, what am I going to give the tree? There's so much detail on the tree. What? And then I figured out, oh, this tree has to be, for it to accommodate 2 nests and the whole detail, it has to be big. This tree has to be huge. It's got a tower. And again, it's one of the reasons I made it on Blender. It's one of the only things I could visualize it. Like, what does it mean that there's like this big tree and then there's all these intricacies in there? You know, like I can understand making the canopy and this entire thing. I can literally just render everything here. But I don't know how the tree will look like, which is one of the main characters. That's why I'm doing it. But yeah, it's crazy. It really shows how, like you said, how big the tree is and how special it is at the same time, because we don't have that many big trees, do we? So it's always, I don't know, like it's always very fantasy mystical to see this big thing. This centuries old tree that's been there since the beginning of a dynasty or something. It's always one of the best parts of lore. the legendary tree that does the thing. Something that I was a little bit surprised was that my client asked me not to make the castle super spooky. Like I said, oh, so a castle, are we going spooky? Or and they're like, no, I want something chill and relaxing, kind of like a tea party garden. It's like, wow, all right. You know, normally they go for the jugular with like, but no, it's a castle, just a normal castle, and just a beautiful day outside, I guess. I like it, honestly. It's unorthodox, but it just works out for, yeah. This piece almost bends, doesn't it? Like it has like a curved horizon over how big it is. I mean, I don't want that, but it does force me to move away from the whole thing so I can see it. It's weird, but it's interesting. So I think in here I did a little bit more of a what's the word, like Ewok kind of thing. Y'all remember the Ewoks, right? Star Wars? Well, it's pretty much this. Oh, I remember the music. They're so cute. Apparently people didn't like it the first time, but I mean, considering how the prequels went at the time, again, people did not like the prequels at the time. They say, oh, too many politics, too much this or that, blah, blah, blah. And, but at the same time, then the new ones came in, and it's like, man, the prequels were the bomb. Especially when episode 3 was so powerful. I'm trying really hard to put in the slide. I'm trying, but it's just so goofy. It's such a goofy idea, unless I can... Oh, okay, now it can work. Because I was saying, how is it gonna stay connected and make sense? And it's like, oh wait, it's a tree. We can make the slide out of the tree, maybe. Whimsy. Fun. Childlike wonder. Fantasy. I think these are the more important words when describing the scenario in here. Like, I haven't considered some of these things. Especially with Disney involved. Push out a lot of content over time. Mm-hmm. It's just that I have to think how to... Because I can make it Baroque, but at the same time, it would be great if I can make it like more childlike wonder. What am I missing? Okay, let's try again. Let's make another iteration. I like the castle here. I like the castle in this detail, but maybe I can... In this time, I'll zoom in and I'll follow the Blender diagram more closely. But not too close. Again, I don't want to get lost in the weeds. Okay, yeah, more or less. Building. Hello, 𝐒𝐬 the Mighty. Welcome back. I saw you at the beginning. How are you? Is life treating you good? And life treating you awesome? What we gonna do today? We gonna dance and dance and dance all night. Oh, the music stopped, didn't it? Let's check. Oh, it's asking me if I'm still listening. Yes, I am. There we go. Let's keep going. Good, how about you? I'm good. Having some orange slices. That way I don't go hungry. But yeah, we're trying to figure out a lot of things with this piece. I don't know why, I just imagine a big balcony at some point here. And then really long windows. Almost like the glass stain, stained glass kind of deal. Freaking awesome, dude. I have a test tomorrow. Wish me luck. Oh, what kind of test? No, what subject? Is it math? Is it social studies? What are you studying? If you can explain the subject, I think you're gonna do fine on the test. If you can explain it to us properly. Like in simple words. I think it was Einstein who said that if you can explain a topic properly to any reading level, then you've mastered the topic itself. All subject, don't tell me you have a general, like every class is giving you a test now? Cause man, that stinks, dude. But you study, right? Tell me you study, 𝐬𝐬. Please? Please? It's okay, man. Man, it's so tough to study when it's for something like that, like a due date. So, I mean, you can, but it takes a lot of discipline out of you. No? All right, there you go. You'll do fine. You'll be fine. My friend bunked me. I mean, yeah, my friends did so too. Because I mean, it's true. I should have studied for a lot of tests. I can smell her doom at no. They all know they bunked you a little too hard. No, 𝐬𝐬, no. Oh man. But yeah, you know what I got a little annoyed though? Is that after I left school completely, you know, graduation and stuff, I then discovered audiobooks. I didn't know that you could find an audiobook like on YouTube and hear the story instead of only reading it. And don't get me wrong, I would read the story along when I hear it sometimes. But at least I don't have to read it from scratch. Reading makes me sleepy and drowsy and like I think I might have something in my head that's preventing me from being the nerd genius I could be. But I can't. I just sleep and die. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I can. I study from vids. Yeah, that's the other thing. We live in the age of information. It would be silly not to. Although apparently I heard that some schools don't let teachers make their own educational videos. I don't know why. But I think it's sad. Books are trash? No, come on. There's legit a lot of books that I would have liked. It's just that I am not wired to read, sadly. I wish I could, but when I try, I sit down and I fall asleep. It always happens. And I read the same sentence over and over. And I've tried. I think it's a deficit of attention. You know, like, I think it's a thing that I have on my brain. Because I've tried. I've sat down and I've read out loud. And I turn off all the music. And I've just focused on it. Focused. It's still really hard for me personally. But then when I read something that I like, I read it. Like, I read the entire Diary of a Wimpy Kid is fire. I mean, yeah, it's a comic book. I read one of my favorite books that I read in school was The Giver by Lois Lowry, and my God, it was so cool. And I enjoyed it so much that I was supposed to stop at just The Giver, but no, I kept going, and I found what was it? I knew it was something blue. Because it's a girl that sews and she's really good at it, even though she is she's hurt. I forgot the name of it. Lum, hello. How are you? And I hope Sin's there too, or at least I assume. Hello, you two. Welcome into the show. How are you? But yeah, that's one of the books that I absolutely loved in school, which was that one. Oh, the Voltaire's Heart, that book's really cool. 𝐿 Corazón de Voltaire. It's modeled as a bunch of emails. Like people sent emails to each other, and then you yourself pieced out what the heck was going on. But otherwise, you had no idea. You just were at the mercy of these people sending emails, and it took a while for me to figure it out too. I didn't finish the book. Because again, I was dumb. I was the dummy dumb that didn't study or read. I couldn't, or I didn't want to either, in any case. But the point is that was one of the books that I think I could have and I might have enjoyed the full story of that, because that was pretty cool. You know, a story with just emails. It's fatigue and couch stuck day. Aw. Hello, he is. Hey, Sin, welcome in. Finally, he's here with us. Ah, stretchy stretch. Ah, stretchy stretch. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's a good stretch. Moving my arms around. And I should refill my water soon. Let's see. Any comic book is great. History books is... Any book outside of comic books. That's what I used to think. But, yeah, I just think that it's not that books are boring or bad. It's just that some people find them boring and bad because, again, the way they're wired. My body, my brain finds them boring. But I know that if I get hooked on a book, I read it back and forth. I eat the whole thing up like I did with The Giver. And again, I was so surprised at myself. I bought the collection of the 3 books. I bought them. And Lois Lowry owes me a 4th book because that last story was pretty good. I'm like, oh man, I need to know the rest of it. But no. Up to this day, they haven't done it that I know of. Jerk. Actually, I'm curious whether or not Lois Lowry has like an Instagram page or something. I keep remembering and forgetting that these are the times and ages where people you think are unattainable are next to you on the world of the internet. Such a weird concept, dude. Smile by Rihanna is fire. Oh my god. The brain what's real. Also, from this point, I'm only speaking in emojis. No! You see, that's the problem. If you let the emojis do the talking, where's your voice? It's the whole point of this entire thing is that you learn your voice. Come on. I like books, but I can't ever remember what I've read. Really? Well, that's new. Because normally I know the thing that I have, which is, oh, I read, and then I have to reread, and it's, and then I get tired and sleepy, and then I just read nothing. Which happens with a lot of other tests, but not as consistent, you know? This is one that always happens to me. I always get tired, I always just fall asleep, and I never finish the book. Or at least a majority of the times, because again, The Giver was pretty good. I guess the other thing is that teachers don't know how to make it interesting for others. Because if the story is good, and the teacher makes it interesting, You know what I mean? Teaching is such a powerful skill, but it also requires a lot of patience. Oh my god. Does it require patience? Because then the students will find it boring and annoying and they just won't do anything. Except Spider Light novel. I read them many times. Help, think, strong machine, point finger. It helps you think. Machine move that way. What? I don't understand. Actually, hang on. Let me change my water. Let's get more water. Get more water, cause you gotta hydrate in this business. You gotta hydrate. You gotta be all spiffy and good. Get it all spiffy and good. We're gonna dance. We got the power.
It's rumored that Harry can't play anything. He plays a mean trumpet. Just listen to him. He plays the sax and the clarinet. He slides a trombone up and down like this. When he plays piano, they all cry for more. When he was a baby, he played on the floor. Although he sings and dances cleverly, mouth organs are his specialty. That's Harry, harmonica king.
Alright, got my water. Got my water. Okay. So, how arm you? Well, nice try, but I can't read emojis. Alright. Let's keep going. Okay, I'm comfy. I'm comfortable. Radioactive, radioactive. Okay, this time. Let's make it outline-ish. So I'm going to grab this. No, not that brush. I already tried that brush. Didn't quite like it. But let's try just outlines. Let's not make anything else. Let's just bring in outlines. Branches, outlines. Because usually, excuse me. Usually what we do is what we've been doing, right? We do a grayscale, and we do this and that. But this time, how about if we just do just the line art? And we can focus on finding the structure behind everything instead of a lot of guesswork. So I'm going to use a solid brush. I'm just going to sketch. Just going to loosely sketch. And get the lines out of the way, you know, the action lines in there. Do you know bananas have a small amounts of radiation? Yes. That I figured out and I went to the hospital. Oh, that's good. Good that you went to check yourself in. Because that's... all stuff like that immediately just get me nervous. Like, wait, are you okay? What happened? How many did you eat? Oh man, if Lum got radioactive poisoning by eating bananas, I'd be very impressed. Because do you know how many bananas do you need to actually have radiation be effective at all? Yeah, I think you will. You would die from chemical overdosing than anything else. Because yeah, bananas have other types of chemicals that are far more deadly if consumed in mass. 12? That's dangerous talk. Wait, were you for real? Bananas? 12 bananas? That's dangerous for a single day, dude. Lum, come on, man. No, girl. Stop. Oh, no. Don't make me tell some birdie that you're being silly. You don't need 12 bananas. Are you insane? It is barely even remotely, like, advised that you have 2 a day. Only. That was breakfast? Lum, for goodness sake, be careful. We worry about ya. Stop it. Get some help. Yeah, little kitty in a box. Stay there. You're in timeout. You're in timeout, lady. Man, what am I to do with these people? I know we're the fruit troop, but gosh, 12 bananas is a little bit much. It's crazy. By 8:27, you can't complete L ratio. Dude, come on, no. Stop eating bananas, people. Your chat's, man, chat is crazy, dude. 27 bananas, 12 bananas. What are we doing next? What is wrong with the world? That's way too many bananas. Too many bananglers. Banangle. In the dangle. Alright, so I made like a little platform. With wisteria on it, obviously. And then we can make like a few houses. And then a little thing that covers the houses. Or no? Some sort of district. And then we can have another one up here. Again, another one filled with the wisteria. The thing is that if the wisteria is a little smaller, I don't know, we might need to make some of these very big or just very small. Quick time event. Do you have second Prezi? Haha! I press Z. Quick time event. I am very slow. You underestimate my eyeballs when they're paying attention. I was still need to catch up on One Piece since I have enjoyed my time with it. I'm at chapter 613-ish, if anyone's wondering. Man, it's been a while. I think I'm in 700s, but I forgot where exactly. I think I was at the part where he was in an island that was made of ice, and he hasn't fought Don Flamingo yet where I'm at. But again, I'm not sure. I haven't watched it in a long time. I've also been out of the loop when it comes to One Piece. I want to get back to it, but I've been so busy. And there's so many other things to watch that I'm like, oh man, I'll just wait for later, but ugh, that just means I'll never watch it. So I need to find time. I need to find something. I can make a slide that is a little bit shorter. Okay, so I can put the wisteria here, and there's like a little thing. And then I can make like, there's a... yeah, like a little twisty slide. So that way it like, people understand that it's a slide. So there is whimsy, so I can make a little bit, few more connections. Like maybe there's staircase going from here to this one. Oh. No, I don't want to delete them here. One Piece is fun. I miss the sea. Yeah, I know, right? I still need to catch up on One Piece since I have enjoyed my time with it. Oh, wait. I read that already. Wait, hold on. What? Did you copy and paste it? What happened? So that's what you meant by that. Because I do read from below and up. But, yeah, that one confused me. It's like, why is he saying that? Oh, wait, what? Oh. Y'all are crazy and I love it. No, the key in chapter Arm Trash, Angel, House, 100, Trash, SOS, question mark. House, Pray, Guitar, Trash, Fire, Guitar, 100, question mark. Scared. I don't know what a Guitar 100 is. Unless you're shredding it. Your hieroglyphics mean nothing to me. For I am too silly to understand. 𝐶𝐫𝐚𝐬𝐿. I'm gonna just work on lines here. Oh. Mosquito. Come on. Come on. Burn. Electrify. There it is. There it is. Bam. This is all confusing me. Me too, man. Me too. I'm scared. Help. I don't know, Loris. Get help. I'm scared. Got to go? Okay, Zod. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your day. Keep playing around. Keep creating. Be awesome. And like that, we will keep going. We will keep going and we will be awesome. And I added the slide. And I added the Sleepy slide. Which I was kind of questioning how in the world I was gonna do it. Oh, speaking about the slide, I should add the water where it's going to fall in. So we got the pond. Amelia Pond. And we also have like the trees in the background. Forest where it all begins. We don't really need to add any detail, it doesn't matter. We got the trees. You see, one of the things that some people have to remember is that it's a lot better to have a bad sketch than to have something that's complete but you don't like. Mainly because the idea is refining something that already exists and editing being better than having nothing. Or trying really hard to get something when you still don't have a basic idea of what you want or what you are thinking of doing in the future. So it's okay to have bad sketches. It's okay to have ugly sketches. Because the idea of a sketch is not to be perfect. It's to conceptualize what you want to do. So even if these look terrible, it works out. By the way, what is your canvas size? Well, let me see. Can you see the thing on top? Oh, welcome back, Waffles. Hello. The canvas size. Oh my god. Oh boy. Because it's a poster. Times 12.10. Those are the dimensions of this piece, or at least the ones that I put in. Is those jellyfish? All right, you didn't came in here early for that. We're making a tree based on what's called a wisteria tree. My client gave me some references, and I was talking about it yesterday with people. This is a wisteria tree. It has a bunch of lumps, and the tree in the middle trunk. But the thing is that wisteria trees apparently choke other trees. So you can have a tree be infested by wisteria. And we're basing it on this. You see? All of these are based on wisteria. And now we're trying to conceptualize it. Those is beautiful, yes, and apparently very toxic. Because you can eat the flowers, it's just that apparently it's a little dangerous. But it was still funny to hear that you can eat them. It's so weird, man. Plants. Actually. Oh, because then I will have to not have those trees. It's okay. I can delete all this. Because I think that I can... Yes, I can add the wisterias. Branches like that. You know, there's a branch and then there's a wisteria puff of flowers. And then we can make another and another and another. And we can just highlight them. Because I was doing it one by one, but we can just add it as if it was a highlight. Might be a little better. Because that way we know where to put focus. This is too distracting because down here will be one big wisteria puff and then the slide. Keep that slide. And then here it's going to show the platform of this whole place, and it's not going to conflict with much of anything. So we gotta pay close attention to this part of the nest and then this part of the nest. Also, I finished the gingerbread, dude. Gingerbread. No! No! The gingerbread, it all ran out, dude! Well, time to go back to England. Oh, man, I'm so sorry. Don't worry. One day you'll get more. Or you'll just find the recipe. Will you steal it? Or get it like treasure? You decide. Dun 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 dun. Come sing with me. Dun 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 dun. Wah 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 wah. Dun 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 dun. Come sing with me. Dun 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 dun. Wah 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 wah. Ba-da-ba-da-bum, 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 ba-da-ba-da-bum. A little bit of the castle. I do not want the wisteria to invade the castle as much visually. So it's gonna be a bit of a fight for space. But in here, I can actually have all the details and trinkets just popped in. And have some wisteria just build up on top of this roof. Can give it more of a you know, protagonism, if that's the word that I can use. I can have another trunk here of it, and then another trunk that opens up in this direction, and one that opens up in that direction. And from here, this tree has this tree, this branch. This one will say it used to have. Wait, what am I saying? The plant's not withering away. Yeah, I keep forgetting that the wisteria is not going to kill this plant. Okay, now I can add like some streamers and some decorations, because apparently this tree is lifting very much so. You can see it from below up. At least enough. So we can see that there's some shenanigans taking place. What now? What do? What do? More highlights in here to connect them. Because I want this to be like a visual. You know, that kind of thing, where the eyes travel across the whole thing. It's well defined and stuff. Can make a labyrinth of shrubbery. And of course, there was also shrubbery here. The hedge was going to be a little bit difficult, but not impossible. It's just that the distance between the hedge of the pond and the tree canopy itself. Again, I think I need to watch the reference again, but I think this is a little bit closer to what would work. it's saving.
It's saving.
I wonder if I can make the opening look this way instead. The one above should be bigger, but I'm not sure. Well, it is the premium area, apparently, so I'm not sure. Let's put a gradient up here. And then we put I need a bunches on them here. Bunches by bunches. How extensive were they? Let's see the shape. Wait, let me look at them more closely. They're like ovals. Okay, so more or less that shape. That, and maybe another branch like this, extending outward, extending. I think this one's blocked off pretty nicely. Like I can tell where I'm gonna put the flowers in. There's the slide. There's a tree canopy in the background. There's the castle. And I think the castle that I like still, well, it's either one of these. Like I like this kind of the style for the castle, but like there's more details that I can add to the castle. I wonder. Let me block off the trees here with the dark of the shadows and the forest. Scratching my nose. Bring a little bit of a shining light here. Add some atmosphere. Tree's big, vibrant. It provides shade, but there's a light coming through. go. We're kind of carving here. With the dark areas. Adding some light areas. I get to build up this wall thingy.
Build up this wall thingy.
Oh, the browser music stopped. Again.
Yes, I am listening. Are you insane? Keep playing. Keep hearing music.
Actually, let me put my own music. There we go.
Beautiful. Beautiful. It's succulent. It's fantastic. Peter.
God, when we get in the weeds of this, we do get lost, don't we? Some grays too. Show there's more in the back. Hey dudes, I'm a little skeptical about the thumbnail of my film. It's not bad, it's just I'm not sure if it's eye-catching enough. What should I do? Well, some of the things that you have to do with thumbnails is pretty much what I'm doing here. But in your case, it depends on something that's eye-catching. Like, use contrast. If you're gonna use words, you know, use something that reads clearly, literally. Use a focus. If you have a character that's hiding or something, and then maybe put like a blast of color. See, that's already eye-catching. And then maybe the title of the video is also like oh, wrong brush. Let's say like I actually don't know, but right? Does it not already feel like like something? Or maybe if you want to focus even more on the central subject, you can grab make like the sides a little darker. Focus on the main guy. That. Maybe even make add some borders to it. I'm not sure. You know, it's gotta be an eye-catching color. Oh, you gotta realize also that the timer's gonna be here on YouTube. So you gotta play around this. Don't put anything here. Imagine this whole thing is blurred, because this is where the numbers go. You know, that's where the number goes, and it's gonna cover elements in. I think that would be good for this one if you were going to do something scary. But again, eye-catching color, simple lettering if you're gonna put any.
don't overdo it. I suggest that you go looking for how to make thumbnails. But for now, it's just me holding a CD cartridge fictional game. It's hard to explain. Oh, is that the one that you posted? I haven't seen it yet. But yeah, a simple picture might not be able to be attractive enough. The making thumbnails is an art form. You gotta make sure that it's spread out enough. Let me see if I can. Like, if I want to make something that works for like a disc, like someone's holding a disc, and it's like for a game. Let's say actually that let's erase this guy. Let's also erase the lettering actually. Let's start from scratch. Let's put in a CD. CDs also have like this yellow tint to them. It's like, just pretend we have a disc here. Then we can have like a date. Put some elements that accompany it to make it a little whimsical. And maybe put, like, maybe it's pixelated here. Let's make it pixely, for example. Like staticky. And then you can have like your hand, your real live hand, pop in. And it's kind of, your hand with the item is like corrupting everything, but you're like poking through the world. And there's still static around all over. And maybe some other supporting elements on the side that is a little bit more. And I don't even know, maybe you can make like the disc is broken, like a very simple visual indicator that something is wrong. Yo, Kruka, what's up? How are ya? Just helping someone like think of a thumbnail idea for their video. Remember that there will be like the black box here, so don't put a lot of elements here. Homestuck scratch scene? Maybe, I don't know. It's just an idea because Waffles is asking me about like how does he make a thumbnail for his thing, and I just imagine, okay, so your thing is very glitchy, you're using a disc for like a vintage video game style looking thing, and I saw like the first 2 minutes of it. It's very much like a chat, you know, like dating sims that you have a character and you have a chat. Well, it's kind of like that. So imagine like it's a video game, you have a disc, you have corruption because that's what Waffles does a lot in their videos. They use a lot of static. So instead of just having a boring hand holding a disc, you can use a graphic design to kind of enhance the presentation a lot more. I also streamed yesterday. Nice. What are you doing? Doing well. Grinding Honkai. Nice. Nice. How is Honkai these days? They've been doing good content lately? A friend of mine that is way into Genshin was showing me like the latest thing that came out with Albedo, and she's just psyched for it. Which, you know, I don't play, but I don't know, it's kind of contagious to see your friends be so happy with stuff, and I love it. So I kind of follow into the hype because of their hype. They've been into Honkai, but they haven't shown me anything about it, so I don't know much except for maybe trash cans. And the side quest where you, date a trash can? It's crazy. Honkai, I think it's one of those... I think it's one of the games that you can see that the team is having a lot of fun. I think we got it with this, right? At least with this idea. Can add some gray here for the trees in the background so they're not fully... And the slide can be like this. I think this one works a lot better. Honkai Star Rail is celebrating its 2nd anniversary. Plus, just announced the Fate Stay Night characters who are gonna be appearing in a collab event. Oh! Wait, the Fate Stay Night? I haven't heard of that game. Is that another similar style of game? Similar company or different? I assume different because it's collab. It's not a crossover, which would be very different. I wonder what I could do here at the bottom of all this. Do I put gloriettes or... Maybe I could put like a path. Path of shrubbery. A bunch of flowers. A bunch of dots. Is EP again? No, Lum, don't be EP. If you EP, then going to sleepy. Who's gonna see me doing the Yeah, but if you're sleepy, you know, go ahead, rest up, relax. We're enjoying ourselves and being all silly goobas. I do ba do ba do ba do ba do. I do ba do ba do ba do ba do ba do ba do. Fate is basically an anime series, basically servants resembling ancient Greek, Roman, and other tales, lore, kind of complicated. Oh, then it can definitely fit Honkai, because Honkai has all these bells and whistles around, like going through multiple worlds and such, and suddenly you're telling me that you're adding Greco-Roman elements. It's like, come on, who doesn't like a little Greco-Roman?
Love was first defined, then explored, then defined. Still your sensation is
Who doesn't?
out of breath, scared to death of you.
Is the fatigue. So sick of bad health. Aw.
My command,
It's okay, Lum. I understand.
I would speak at length about
That's why we're here.
he made, but I'm afraid. Hercules and such never bothered me much. All you have to do is say boo.
If you eat, we can lull you to eat.
Scared to death of you.
Today was a very hot day, man. It's burning, scorching. But I had a lot of fun today. Just hang out, talk to a bunch of people. And then I came back here to do this. And boy, am I excited. My client's pretty cool because I was thinking about a lot of details of, oh man, what should I do here and there, and they reassured me that I shouldn't overthink this. I think you and me talked about this, Lum, right? About being crazy overthinkers. Anyway, yeah, if you look up Fate, you will see that there's a lot of info on it. I think Fate is maybe my type moon. Made by Type Moon. Oh, that's the name of the company. Interesting. I'll need to have to check it out later because I have no context of this. And of course, I bet I'm gonna hear all about it because my friend loves these things. So, sorry to getting comfy and cuddles from both Sin and Mini Lum. Aw. There's your Mini Lum.
Life to play from the start. It's hard to play through a part when there's an ache in your heart all a day. I have my dreams till
Man, you know what? I wanted to make like a trailer because a lot of y'all voted on that poll that I did of whether or not I should make more lore for myself. And I've always wanted to do something based like on Genshin introductions. Like they have like a character, have a theme, and it looks cool, and it, like, you know what I mean? That's what I would like to do for the thing I'm about to or want to do. There's so many projects to do. So many things I want to make. Not enough time. But, you know, if I keep getting paid, I might do a lot more passion projects because I'll have enough time for them. Which is one of the things that I do not have. You know, stuff like this really help a lot. I don't know how to make this courtyard a lot more interesting. I can put it just black here and more shrubbery, kind of like in the reference that I was provided. But yeah, I still don't know what to do. I need to sit down and write down the lore that I want to make for myself. But I want to display it like Genshin and Hokkaido. They make like these really beautiful splash arts of the character and presentations. I don't have much time to make a whole new thumbnail today since I will have school tomorrow and I have some work to do. But I added some God rays and enhanced the colors. Yeah, that's always good. But again, thumbnail making for videos is an art form. And it takes a little bit of practice. So please go ahead and check a video on how to do them and get a lot of more advice, because my advice is just for now what I said. Make sure that it's clear. Make sure to do it from way over here, you know? So if you can still read the thumbnail from over here, then you're fine, you're Gucci. And also make sure that what you write for the title and if any words are in the thumbnail, make sure it's attractive enough. Find things that you like and apply them to, you know, be able to apply them to your own videos. It's kind of like you're building a trap for yourself so you can click on the video and enjoy it. It's getting a little bit more defined. It's pretty good. I can add some ducks in the background here and in the lake. I mean the pond. And on the sky, a little bit more shine. Just to show that it's very cozy and nice. Oh, I can make a palanquin, right? Or one of those gazebos. Can make a really beautiful... I don't know how sound this idea is, but... 𝐶𝐫𝐚𝐠 has some advantages. As for lore. Well, true. I did want to make some element like that, like... Well, it's just that I don't want to make a cliche and make like this corruption story. Which works, but also... Yeah, I had to think about it. I like this one a lot better. Oh, hold on. Okay, no, it's fine. Oh, cool. 𝐤𝐤𝐿 is on stream. And Source Tori Taiga. I might raid onto 𝐤𝐤's stream. We have like an hour left. This is pretty nice. Pretty nice, not gonna lie. You can even make smaller wisterias hanging off of it. It's like a tree on a tree on a tree, you know? Well, I'm heading out. Have a good day and keep creating. Thank you, Julius. Take care. And you too. Keep creating. Always excited to see what you do. Oh yeah, the tree could be swirling upwards. Yo, hold on. Nah, I think I like this one. Instead of the trunk, I could just make the wisterias be so abundant that they hug and dance around the trunk. Oh my god. Yes, it will be like a fluffy thing. Like if it has a coat of beauty. So that way, it spins around. Yeah, sorry I've been very quiet. It's just that I'm still trying to combine ideas in my head. And I've needed to talk for this whole time. But yeah, I could make it that the tree is really just a fluff of flowers. And of course, the ground is just filled with the petals. It's almost like snow. Purple snow. So I can add a lot of wisteria petals falling down. Although I gotta be careful not to overdo it. I imagine a bat stole some fruit from a shaman, then suddenly get blasted by visions of all the things nature and beauty and do some obsessed with painting it all. Although the experience may have left the bat a bit sillier than before. That could be a good idea. But I also want to give the message that making art is not like this magical thing that happens. More like something you chase and find. You know, like the struggle to actually build up your skill and believe that you can make it. You know what I mean? I think I might have to go. See you, everyone. Okay, Waffles, take care. Happy to have seen ya. I'll watch your video later because I have it on my waiting list. But you know what I mean? I want the idea that art is just not something that you magically obtain, nor the visions of being able to see them. It's a struggle. I was imagining something knightly because I love knights. You know, the shrivelist kind of thing, but at the same time not super cliche about it. I don't know. But like, you know, traveling wanderer that is painting things, but also like trying to get away from. I'm not sure. Like, I want to reinvent myself, and I have in my life, and I want that part of the story in there. The kind of person that I used to be, that I that I no longer am, but it still follows me around because, you know, I don't tend to forget a lot. And so I'm like, I want to do better and be better and grow up. And the things of the past do chase me, but I have my trusty vision, which I gained from experience and finding a lot of cool friends and other artists. And I want to add other artists into the lore, you know? I want to be like, I found this person and they taught me the way of this, and then they taught me that, and that's how I learned all these things. And now that I'm a little bit more balanced, I want to just share what I know. That kind of thing. You want to demystify it. Art, I mean. Good evening, everyone. Oh, hello, Thorn. Hey, man. How's it going? Yeah, I'm thinking about ways that I can make lore for my character and that I can make, like, this channel a little bit more exciting or themed. But what I want to demystify, but also make it, like, a fun-looking story is, you know, that the idea that art is like this magical thing you obtain, and more like something you have to find and learn how to do, almost like a fighting discipline, you know. And to get a like a vision, you need to meditate on it, and that can be so trippy because you can go into the mind's eye, and if you have powers into the world, you can somehow do a Psychonauts thing and explore people's minds through it. Well, the back kept going always because it can never recreate all the things it's seen because it's impossible, but getting better and better and improving attention to detail, small things get better. That's really good. There is a story that I heard where a man that only saw the things of his world suddenly got a glimpse of a different world. And then he just went crazy trying to create using whatever he could find on his world to depict what he saw on the other. And it was so good. That's something that I can get behind. The idea that you're trying to project something new or something that you see into the world, but the only way you can do it that will make sense is using art. And getting good at art is a struggle of understanding and connection and language. And failing to do that just makes the world more divided, but succeeding gains him more friends and more allies on his quest. And that way people can be a little bit more productive. And not everybody is an artist, but it feeds everyone's lives, you know? Because there are people that consume the art and get inspired by it versus others that create it. Very Samurai Jack-ish, where I travel and I find a lot of people and yeah. Inspiration. Exactly. The only way I can get inspiration is if I live a long life and I explore and test things and poke things with a stick and figure out how they tick, and then I ask, can I do it myself? Can I actually recreate it? And there you go. And it can be seen as me like practicing martial arts or something, but it's pretty much you know, it's an analog for me practicing art. And then the brush has like abilities, like I can recreate things. You know, it's kind of cliche, that ability, but the idea of creation in a way that every artist that I meet has it be unique and different. I'm not sure how to describe it. Because every person that I meet has like a unique superpower. The way they create art and the way they use the methods. Some are very advanced and I just follow them around and learn and see what they create. And they never respond to me. But, you know, I'm always supporting in the background, just waiting to learn a little more from them. I did something similar on the art fight video, where I'm a traveling artist from place to place and I meet other artists. But conceptualizing it all into a solid idea, yeah, that's a little tough. Just arts. Not martial arts, just arts. Yep. Yeah. Remember to rest up and be good. It's all gonna be good. I actually like this iteration a lot. Maybe I will use this one. But at least I have an idea. Because wisteria flowers tend to be very dry, so I think I'm gonna keep this tree specifically. But at least I could define the pond a little more, because in all these the pond is just there, but in here I can actually see a little bit more shrubbery and define it. Actually, let me put the top side of the bushes here. I'm gonna leave this place part of the pond a little rocky, so it feels like people can go in and out. So there is shrubbery here, but there's also rocks here, so people can go in and out. And they can get in the water! Get in the water! Get in the water! We got like 30 minutes left. I think I'm liking this one. Still need to define it more. At least the castle. But I think I'm going to use this. Next time on stream, we're going to grab this. We're going to make it the official thing. I'm going to have a talk with my client. And we're going to go through all the ideas that I just had. So that way we can land on an idea. Wow, that's a really cool idea. Like, it's sad that I can't really see a lot of the sky. But if Yggdrasil got wisteria infection, yo, Lum, you're crazy. That's awesome. And do you imagine that the sky just warps around because whatever wind flows there, it just makes it all warp and crankle, which would make the tree creak and bend and buckle. So I guess that's like where all the cosmic fluctuations come from. It's the tree swaying from side to side, and how connections can happen when branches keep growing one through another, and then leaves from the top fall down, and there's like events happening. Oh, that's so good. But yeah, the sky would be like a sea of purple. Oh, that sounds like I like that even more. That sounds like a D&D setting, because you know that in D&D there's like the crystal spheres. That definitely sounds like something that will work out for it. The tree's pretty nice. Let me actually grab this. Let's use this model instead, and let's try to refine it. This one specifically. Because we were refining the Blender sketch, which is this. But now that we have something, I think we can work with this one now. At least, yeah, for the time being, for the little time we have left. Again, we move from the broad strokes to get a little bit more specific, and we are slowly building up the details. I don't know if y'all noticed. We started very blurry and rough, and now we are kind of blocking in whatever's left. Very blurry. Structural ideas. Pinning down the concept more. A lot more defined now, with a lot more small details. And now that we got this, we can do a little bit more. I like the wisteria being like this fluffy thing that surrounds the tree. I'm gonna grab this brush for the sake of the texture. I'm gonna add more swirls to this. Wisteria grows sideways. It's really majestically white thing. But I'm adding an extra twist to it. Oh, there it is. We can have like its branch pop in here. Yeah. Then we can have that shape there. Just super blocking things out. So the whole thing is like the beautiful purple wisteria. it's just covered in beautiful purples. And only the black branches pop out. It didn't have some stick out like that. So from the sides, you can actually tell. We have 30 more minutes. Or at least 15 more minutes before we have to fly off. Let me just grab this. Go to... Yeah, all right. Oh, music stopped again. Yes, I'm still watching. Yep, it up.
Warmed by the sunshine and kissed by the dew, just crossed the river from Queen. Oh, what a welcome his way.
Yeah, this is where the...
Just crossed the river from Queen. Oh, what a view of the river and sky. Tugboats and scows whistle as they go
You can block
by.
out these...
Live like a king, not a cent in your jeans. Just cross the river from Queen.
They're covered in wisteria, but also treasures. Gotta keep them swings a swinging. Yeah. Yeah, I really don't mind that. I'm only forced to use 1920s music. At least they have a little bit of a kick to them. See da. This one had a little bit of more rocks to them. That's what I wanted. And now these ones are more bushes, so I'm gonna make them more fluffy on the side. Yep, yep, yep.
I can't go on like this. You've got my heart bumping apart. Don't be bashful, baby, with me.
Little gazebo. There's the canopy of the trees in the background. I can make the castle a little smaller. Because this is pretty big, but if I can make it smaller like that, I can make more towers pop up, you know? Yeah, maybe we can do that. Maybe I can make it. And that way I can also add more of the garden like that. Yeah, I think the buildings in that way will be a lot more orderly and nice. It's a little hard to distinguish background sky with the tree itself, so I'm gonna have to be careful when I'm actually rendering all of it. I need to separate the trees from the sky and then the start of the wisteria. That's something that I gotta pay attention to when I get to it. Yeah. I'm gonna follow the example of this one and make the buildings a little smaller of the castle. With the smaller castle, bigger tree. So that way I can add more castle and more shrubbery. Yeah, I like that. Very close to the first one that I did in terms of the castle, but more uniform, more defined. This can work. I need like 4 iterations plus the dry tree. Again, I'll have a conversation with my client and see where we can move. Or from here they have another suggestion. They did tell me that they pretty much like this angle. So it's where I'm gonna stay. Yeah, I would say from here I would choose the last two that I did, plus a little bit of the elements of the first one. All of these iterations have something that I like. On this one, I like the little lights on the tree. Like, it doesn't have enough detail, so the little bulbs of light add to it. Also, there's the balcony and these elements on the castles that I like. But I like this a little better for the tree. Maybe the houses, these things could be smaller. Could be a lot smaller. Hang on. If I grab Marquise tool, I select this entire area. Control T. There you see. I can hide it a little bit like that, and way it's a little isolated, but at the same time, it's well defined. I can even keep adding more if I wanted to. It might be a little better, because at least they are small and concise enough.
Just two kids at our studies, we were pals even then, and we two were real buddies when we grew to be men, sharing sorrow and pleasure, caring not where we'd go. Now your friendship I treasure more than anything I know. I treasure so.
Another tree. The same one, but again, more branches just coming out of the wisteria itself. Let's erase a little bit of that and free up the sky a little. gonna put that part of the structure. There we go. Then we have the slide, which I'm gonna cut here. Yeah. I think we got it, more or less. Control S. And then on the next stream, we can hone in on what my client wants. And we took our time, we did some experiments, and now we get to do the thing a little better. Always, yeah. First, let's stretch. Stretch and hydrate. I'm very hungry. Okay. Now let's see if there's anybody that we can raid. I think Nyx is on. Yeah, there she is. Honeybin? What's Honeybin? Is that a VTuber? I never heard of Honeybin. Okay, let's see. Oh, I said Honeybin? I did? Whoops, my bad. Sorry, I wasn't thinking about honey. Not yet. Alright, let me open up the notes. Man, it's been sunny and also been raining, and I feel very eepy, man. I think it's contagious, man. The EP, the chills, the cozy, it's so contagious. Just drawing, just chilling. It's not even hard. It's just we're relaxed. It's so good. Hard work and a good old day. Coffee with some honey. At least that's what my mom likes. She likes, like, instead of sweetening her coffee with sugar, she prefers honey. I still take sugar. Like, it's a good sweetener, but I don't quite like how it tastes. But I mean, it's good. It's a good replacement still. Maybe I just tired because Sin said you didn't. Yeah, I would remember if I just mentioned honey. In any case, man, I'm really tired all of a sudden. I'm really eepy. I think maybe it's because I'm hungry. Because honestly, my belly hurts, and I've been eating orange slices, and that has not quelled the hunger. So I think I'm just gonna go, and I have to cook today. I don't have any, any ready-made meals today. For the longest time, we ate outside and everything. We had pizza and stuff. But yeah, I gotta do stuff. Dates are also a good sugar substitute. Dates? I mean, if I grab my date and I toss her into the... Oh, okay. It's like, hey, honey, hold on. Give me a second. And then I just toss her into the coffee. It's like, yeah, it's a lot sweeter. The fruit date? There's a fruit called date? Why can't I click? What is wrong with this thing? Is it something to do with this? Okay, this is weird. Do I have a stuck key or something? Okay, now it works. Oh, date palm. Interesting. I've never ever seen this. They look like prunes or raisins. Huh. First time I hear about it. Oh, you can't sugar? Aw. No, she's honey, so you won't like it. Aw. If she's honey, she's not a date. So the whole date has to be. So I'm just gonna grab the waiter. It's like, hey, this is a date. Could you put your finger on it and then it magically the coffee just becomes sugary and sweet. Well, this is the date, but she is not. Well, she is my date, but she is honey. So she, you know what I mean? It's kind of weird. And it's just like, waiter's just done with shenanigans. It's the most mellow sweetness. Ugh. Anywho, oh my god, my stomach is killing me, man. So here's the link to Nyx's stream. Share it only once. Share the rate message only once. Oh my god, I really need to go eat something. Take care, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I know this was a more chill and relaxed stream. Your mom might like her though. Yep. Which, by the way, she might have looked today. I told her that I was streaming and that we were just here hanging out, and she might have just appeared for a little bit, maybe. But yeah, have a good evening, everybody. Sorry that I wasn't very high energy today. It was just really, really chill today. Today was a really good day to draw and just relax with friends. You guys are awesome. Please keep making things. And I'll see you next time. Oh my, it's hurting, oh my god, stop it. Oh my god, I'm dying, man, it's crazy, please help, no!